Well, I mean, I think they showed us first meeting, like all the stuff they're gonna.
All right, I think we are live now. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. So I would like to call the business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It is Tuesday, August 26th.
Everybody needs to mute.
It's Greg.
It's Tuesday, August 26th, 2025. There we go. We are meeting in a hybrid format with some of us here at Casco Bay High School and some online via Zoom. Vice Chair Bondo will not be with us tonight as she is traveling. So Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Member Ali. Member Yusra Ali.
Here.
Vice Chair Bondo. Member Bryden.
Here.
Member Lena.
Present.
Member Noor.
Here.
Member Opperman.
Here.
Member Sautel.
Here.
Student Representative Fitzgerald. Student Representative Kantiba. Student Representative Lee.
Here.
Student Representative O'Brien.
Here.
Student Representative Ziegler. Chair Lentz.
Present. Thank you. And so now the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Wolastoqey or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. And as a reminder of our mission, the Portland Public Schools is responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. And our definition of equity. Equity is that all people are being held to high expectations and have access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. And now we will move into public comment. So if you would like to give public comment, you can come up to the podium or raise your Zoom hand. I'll just quickly go over the guidelines of public comment. So members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to the operations of the schools, except the personnel matters or complaints concerning specific employees or students, which shall be addressed through the established policies and procedures. If an item is on the agenda, please use the public comment time associated with that item. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter to make their comment. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time to another speaker. The board may not respond to comments, and please refrain from responding in the audience. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, taking over or interrupting others, offering repetitive comments, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school district's programs, policies, or operations. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. To give public comment, please come forward to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Please begin by introducing yourself with your name and address. I'll keep the time and raise a yellow folder indicating that you have 30 seconds remaining and a red folder signifying the end of your time. If you get to the end of your time and would like to request more time, you may do so. So with that, you can come on up.
I don't know if you noticed, Sarah, but I promised to break none of those rules.
Thank you.
And I also, I'm sorry, I was not here for the very first board meeting of the new year. I had COVID. So for me, this is the first one. Welcome back, everyone. I am here to read an open community statement that is being put out by the executive boards of the Portland Education Association and by the base unit. And the executive board members are with me. The safety, dignity, and well-being of every Portland Public School student, family member, and all of our colleagues across the district remain our highest priorities. In times of uncertainty, especially during periods of heightened immigration enforcement activity, it is more important than ever that impacted students, families, and all staff have the support they need to feel safe and prepared within our schools and on school grounds. Schools should be safe and inclusive spaces focused on learning, support, and opportunity for every child and for every one of us every day. We, the executive boards of the Portland Education Association and base units, understand that this is a difficult time for many, and we want you to know that you are not alone. We are here to support you and stand firmly with you as a community built on trust, compassion, and shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to give public comment?
George Rowe. I live on Hanover Street, and the board, if you had a chance, you got an email from me today about your parking lot that supports the central office headquarters on Cumberland Avenue. The parking lot's address is 33 Portland Street, and it's been an interesting, I've been a neighbor of that little lot for about 10 years, and for a number of years, I thought it was privately owned, and I was brought to my attention in 2017 that it was part of the school operations. And in August of 2017, I impressed upon our community policing detail of the police department to ask the school department to remove the horrendous graffiti that had built up many, many years on that door that people use to go in and out of the parking lot without after they've parked their car and are leaving. And somebody got the message, and the door looked great. And it literally has not been painted or cared for since. So August 2017 to now. For a few years after that, I did take it upon myself as kind of a favor to you guys, because I know you're busy with a lot of things, to remove small amounts of graffiti that showed up from time to time. I was appreciative that you had done something to make our neighborhood nicer, and so I was, paying the favor back. But at some point, the graffiti now in the last month or so has gotten so bad that it's beyond my capacity. And I do think that it's at this point, it's time for you guys to do a little of the work that you probably should have been doing all along. But, the larger issue, I mean, it would be great to just throw it away as just, one little door in a big city. But, downtown Portland right now is in a really tough place. And there's not likely to be a lot of good news, frankly, for maybe quite some time. There's all kinds of reasons for it. But, that's the core of our city. And if that core is under great stress, it is going to affect our school department. I think you all know about things like tax base and, school enrollment and all kinds of other things. But basically, the heart of our city is not doing well, and there's a lot of reasons for it. And it's, I got a response back from the school board chair today for my email, and I appreciated it. You guys have spent some money this summer on improving the central office sort of entryway on Cumberland, and that's good news. It still needs a lot of work. I think you all know that, but you can't ignore the place where the staff parks, because that's part of the footprint of your responsibility as well. But the main thing is, you guys, small things have big impacts, and you all know that because you're in the school business. But please be a good neighbor and don't rely on other people necessarily to have to remind you. I mean, literally, hundreds and hundreds of staff members have walked through there and have not been bothered by those conditions. And it's taking me coming here to remind you of that. And I think that that doesn't necessarily speak all that well of the school district, but I appreciate you guys taking note of it. And hopefully we'll get some improvement, and we'll all share in the responsibility together. Thank you.
Thank you. Just gonna look on Zoom. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? If so, now is the time. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and move on to just a couple of quick remarks by myself, and then I'll pass it over to the superintendent. This morning, I was lucky enough to be able to join the start of school event at Merrill Auditorium with all of our staff, and it was just absolutely a wonderful event. And I just wanted to share some gratitude for the people that planned that, for everybody that has made that a priority to come into the same space. It was just like wonderful energy. Board member Opperman, board member Lena, and board member Sawtell were also all there. And it was just like, it made me incredibly proud to be part of this district and the work that we're doing. So just big appreciations to all those and the musical choices that went into getting the right vibe in the room. So thank you for that. And then, I think on kind of what Mr. Rowe was just saying, like I've just noticed that there's a lot more fresh paint across the district this year. And I don't know if that's just because where we are in our facilities thing, but it does just like make such a difference to have the fresh coat of paint in the hallways and on the banisters. And I'm just so grateful. Like the buildings are just in really, really good shape. And I'm just thankful to our facilities folks that are working tremendously hard along with our custodial teams to make sure that our buildings are open. So just thanks to all of you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent.
Great. You took most of my comments. So
Oops.
nope, I appreciate that. Keep me brief, which is great. I apologize for my attire, but today all of our staff joined us at Merrill Auditorium and wore school or district shirts, t-shirts to just sort of celebrate the pride that we have in the district and the work that is going on. The message that was delivered today focused on three things. It focused on the fact that we're going to achieve our mission and our strategic plan when we operate as one team, when we have one common plan. And a third piece that was added this year around thinking about how do we take one step into discomfort and how do we push ourselves to do even more for the students in our district. Just a huge thank you to transportation and the logistics of moving 1,200 adults all at one time, both in and out of the auditorium, as well as to the custodians that not only made sure that Portland High School was ready, but that all of our schools are ready for the start of the school year. Just also want to thank Sarah Obare and Dr. Valenzuela, who did all of the logistics to coordinate how we have 1,200 adults in Portland High School for the afternoon of learning. And so just a sincere thank you to them. Last, just a reminder for folks listening at home and thinking, when is that first day of school? Just a reminder that the first day of school is September 2nd for first grade through 12th grade, kindergarten and pre-K on September 3rd, and our adult education programming starts back up on September 10th. And so we look forward to visiting schools next week and starting to see students in the buildings and in the classrooms. Thank you.
Wonderful. And now up next we.
I forgot, sorry, my apologies. I forgot one piece is that in the moving forward, we're going to share and will be publicly available on the superintendent comments on our board materials, where you will see all staff members that are new hires that are not legally required to be voted on by the board, but we're sharing with you for transparency and awareness sake. And so what you'll see in the agenda tonight, and you will see in the agenda moving forward, is where it is personnel for board information only. Those are our non-teaching staff and our non-school administrator hires. So it's just an informational piece.
Beautiful. And board, those were in the personnel category at the last meeting, but upon legal counsel, it's a better placement to have them just within the superintendent updates, but we still wanted to make those available. And so now we're gonna, for the first time in a long time, we're bringing committee reports back to have a regular spot in the agenda. And so we're gonna go through each of our committees, and each of the chairs will give a short update, and then there'll be an opportunity for board to ask questions of the committee chair. And because this is the first time that we're doing this in a long time, board members, if you have feedback on what's in the report or the presentations that the chairs give, please let us know, and we'll get better over time in really making sure that this information that we're sharing is landing and feels pertinent to folks. So we'll start with Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee. Board Member Bryden, I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you, Chair. So the Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee is off to a great start for the 25-26 academic year. In terms of setting the stage for the next 20 committee meetings before we get to the end of the year. So we have finalized priorities that we want to focus on, and topics for those 20 upcoming meetings. Just a quick listing, enumeration of the priorities. As a committee, we've decided that, of course, we want to maintain strong financial controls, strong personnel systems, support progress on a facilities master plan, establish an equitable funding formula for schools and departments, and establish new transportation policies and routes. I'm not going to list all of the topic areas of focus over the next 20 committee meetings, but we finalize those in terms of what we expect to be talking about at each of the various committee meetings that we're holding twice a month over the course of the academic year. Anybody who is so interested in those topics can certainly look that up in the materials online. We have confirmed that on a monthly basis, so we're meeting twice a month. Once per month, we're going to be getting a monthly financial report and a monthly personnel report to include information such as hires, resignations, vacancies, and status of various personnel priority items, background checks and credentials, things like that. And then, of course, as appropriate within the personnel or finance topic areas, any updates that are that come up that may be appropriate in that given month. And then the other update to share with the full board is that we have identified an action plan for reviewing board policies that may be relevant to the topics of finance, personnel, and operations. So as you might imagine, those are three relatively broad subject areas. So there are a number of board policies that touch on the areas of finance, personnel, and operations. So what we've decided to do is to tackle them over the course of many meetings. So each committee member is going to identify the policy from a list of relevant policies, the policy that they feel is most deserving of review first. It's possible that more than one committee member, that there will be duplicates, but I would be surprised if that's the case. So we'll have, 3 or 4 in each committee to look at in the sense of looking at whether any of the content might need to be reviewed, packaging up our committee feedback, and moving that along to the policy committee. And then in terms of our next meeting, in case anybody, is on the edge of their seat for that specific topic, we will be talking about transportation and finance policies. And that's the update from the Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee.
Thank you so much, Board Member Bryden. Does anybody have any questions for Board Member Bryden about the committee updates? All right, then. I see no questions, so then we'll go ahead and move on to policy. Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you. So the policy committee has just approved the proposed calendar for the 2025-2026 policy committee. So we will be working on updating policies that legally need to be updated during the first part of the school year, and then we will be moving through the policy books to review any policies that have not been updated in the last 5 years. And we have asked staff to include possible financial implications to any policy changes within the presentations. We're asking board members to please review the proposed calendar for this upcoming school year for the policy committee to learn what we will be working on in the coming few months. And at the next meeting, we are going to be learning about updates from the Behavior Response Protocol Task Force, which was formerly known as the Progressive Discipline Task Force. We'll be getting an update from them. And then we'll also be discussing the following policies: IJNDB, which is student use of school-issued computers, devices, and the internet. We have to update this one in order for it to align with the new cell phone policy, which is JFCK. We will be looking at JICIA, which is weapons, violence, and school safety. We are also going to be looking at ACAA, which is harassment and sexual harassment of students. ACAB, harassment and sexual harassment of school employees, and also GBEBB, which is staff conduct with students. So those are what we're looking at the next meeting. So every meeting will sort of look like that. We'll have a list of policies we're looking at, reviewing, and then voting on the changes.
Thank you. Any questions for board member Lena about policy committee work? Okay, seeing none, then we can move ahead on to curriculum and student
Chair.
success. Oh, I apologize.
apologize.
Yeah, board member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Board Member Lena, I just have a quick question about the cadence of, so the handful of policies that you just listed are going to be reviewed at the next meeting. Is your intent to vote on the changes within that meeting or at a following meeting?
I believe that next week it's just review, and then we will vote on them the second time. There are a few that we will be reviewing multiple times before voting on. So we have 2 discussion meetings about them, and then the third meeting there's a vote, but I don't remember exactly which one is which, but it's usually first a review and then a vote.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Just double check I'm not missing anybody on Zoom. Then board member Upperman, on to you for curriculum and student success.
Thank you, Chair. Curriculum and student success focuses on 2 of the strategic plan sections, one which is the achievement section and the other the whole student. So last 2 meetings, we discussed various things related to our overall cadence of where we will be covering those topics throughout the year. But last night, we were presented with a data packet that was packed with so much information overviewing what K-12 student progress in language arts and math is at this point, using largely the state data. And we are hopeful and we're told that we will be hearing more about the interim types of measurements that we do within the district, because there are many, many points which point to direct student achievement and understanding of student success. In the data, we saw some very positive moves in language arts across the board in various bits and pieces, in certainly even in with between differentiation between various subgroups, so that was more positive move in as far as what our mission measures we're looking at. Mathematics is a little bit more problematic, and although there were improvements, just the consistency across the district demonstrated that we really do need to do what the strategic plan said to do this year, which is to design and plan a curriculum in mathematics, particularly in middle school level. And what was really wonderful about this meeting, as since there was the data and the concrete information, is that staff, particularly Haley Didrikson, Jessica Robinson, and Allison Dame, answered questions clearly, succinctly, but expanded as we needed. So we felt like I thought that we really understood what the data meant. For those of us who are data nerds, we understand the limitations of the data. The last thing that happened last night, which I think we'll be seeing more and more of, particularly in our committee, and I hope everyone in the board takes a look at this, it's Pamela Thompson, Director of Secondary Academic Success and Outcomes, refreshed our knowledge of the portrait of a graduate. And whereas the strategic plan says, all right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, the portrait of the graduate kind of puts that personal aspect on what we're trying to do and really look at. And so she was great in showing that. And that is, I think, a feel that we will have in the background of all the other data analysis we do. Next time, we're looking at high school success programs, particularly the 9th grade setup. Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. Any questions for Board Member Upperman? Okay, seeing none, then I'm happy to report out on the Public and Legislative Affairs Committee. And so similarly, we both have put a calendar in place for the year and have really locked in on our priorities, which are divided into public engagement and legislative engagement. Each of those that are listed in the report are focused on increasing engagement in both of those areas. So you can read through those priorities, but then really also looking at a whole plan of engagement for the year right now, and having a plan that is not just for community members or parents, but having a plan that really is looking at all the levels of our community at the same time. So for families, for students, for staff, and the broader community. And so we are really working to get all of those dates settled and in the calendar as far in advance as possible, so that board members can join those, that families and students and staff are able to join those. So, you know, there's not a lot of needed action from the board, but please do keep an eye on your inboxes, because you will start getting added to those calendar invites. Student representatives, we would love to have you at any of those events. And also in terms of student engagement, we would love to work with you to, you know, have you help within your schools on getting engagement of students in the room. So more on that, but just keep a lookout on your calendars. And then also in our board updates that we get on Fridays, Dr. Valenzuela is going to start to filter in community events that are scheduled at school. So the math nights, the culture potlucks, anything that is happening on a school-based site. What's the one that I just saw the other day that always makes me something about popsicles? I just, yeah, the Otter Pops, yeah, at Row. Yeah, so just keep a look on there. Those are great things where you don't have to speak or you really have a role, like you're just there to engage with community and see kind of our schools in action. So I just highly encourage that. Upcoming, we have some deep dives into how the Maine legislation works. We're going to have somebody from the MSBA, Maine School Board Association, come and do kind of like a legislation 101 for us. So we'll be able to understand how the sessions work, how to best partner with our legislators, and how to best be advocates around policies that are important to our district. We'll have our very own bill tracker, which is basically a complex, or not complex, we haven't gotten there yet, Excel spreadsheet that will show kind of like where bills are in their process, because it's a pretty convoluted thing once you start tracking a bill that goes through legislation, and then really starting to focus on what our legislative priorities will be. So all of that to say, that's what's happening. Any questions from anybody? Yeah, Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you. Will you be inviting our local legislators to any of these meetings?
Yes, we will. So we will be scheduling, hopefully, meetings directly with them to be able to have conversation with them. And again, I just want to offer up that anybody is welcome to join any committee meetings as a participant. You wouldn't get voting abilities, but you can come and be part of the conversation. So that will happen with both our state legislators, then also at the city level. And I think we're still kind of iterating around if there's anything that we want to do on the federal level. Yeah, great question. Any other questions? Yeah, Board Member Ali?
Yeah, are they going to be meeting us in the policy committee, or is it going to be the whole?
To be determined. Yeah, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So I don't see any other questions, so I'll close that up. But I also just wanted to, I'm feeling very grateful tonight, so I'm going to give some more gratitude, which the committee chairs have really been stepping up. We've already had 2 meetings at this since the school year or the board calendar has started this year, and it is a lot of content that we are able to get through, and that is happening also because of the support of the staff behind these meetings. And so, you know, I think we have set a very aggressive clip and agenda for each of these committees. I think that's exciting, but that also takes a lot of work and commitment. And I just really appreciate everybody stepping up to that. And the level of board engagement that I've been seeing in committees is really, really excellent. So please keep that up. And students, Caroline, if you want to get in there, come join a committee, you're more than welcome.
Oh, she is on a committee.
Oh, you're just not in the committees that I'm on. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
They still count. Yes, it's true. It's true.
Yes.
Apologies, Student Representative O'Brien. So with that, we're going to move into the report of the secretary. Let me just get to the right place in my notes. So we have the consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of August 12th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes? All right, so seeing none, the minutes are approved as distributed. And now we are going to have an update on our boundary committees. Yeah, no, I'm happy to do a little framing. So just to remind folks, the Boundaries Committee, otherwise known as attendance boundaries or different permutations of those words. This is a committee that was formed by a resolution from the board last year to look at the boundaries and policies associated with boundaries at both the elementary and middle school level. So this group of folks has been meeting now for almost a year. The work of this committee started last fall. The work had to slow down a bit when we got into the data in the district and realized that there was a lot of cleanup that we needed to do to make sure that the work we did moving forward was accurate and clean and concise. And so over the course of this time, the committee has decided on a draft of new boundary lines to bring to the community for feedback for our elementary schools, and should this week decide on a final draft of the middle schools to bring to the community this fall for feedback. Just a reminder for folks, after it goes to the community for feedback, the committee will take all of that along with any policy recommendations and make a full recommendation to the board, at which point the board will dig in and eventually vote with the hopes of potentially implementing any of these changes for the next school year.
Great, thank you for that. And with that context, I'm going to provide an update as requested by the board of the work of the Boundary Committee to date. There we go. I'm going to do 4 topics. Just talk a little bit about the committee formation and members, the work to date, the draft scenarios, and next steps that exist. As Chair Lentz mentioned, the committee was established based on a board resolution in June of 2024, and you can see there in the bullets below the responsibilities that were laid out. It includes determining whether or not elementary and middle school boundaries should be adjusted with a focus around equity and achievement, how they should be adjusted, if changes should be made to the middle school model based on current and future enrollment, and identify additional projects that come from this work that will need to be completed to see this be successful, and that they then submit that all as recommendations. So not making final decisions, but submit recommendations to the board. I anticipate that they will be submitting recommendations for this committee or this board to consider probably in November. The board resolution established that the committee must be representative of Portland Public Schools, and you can see the representatives up there, including Chair Lentz, Board Member Lena, Board Member Ali, staff, student, alum and parents, school leaders, and other community members as well.
Sorry, Superintendent, could you speak about McKay and the firm and how we chose them?
Yeah.
Okay.
The committee is supported in their work by an individual, McKay Larrabee. She works for, I'm going to blank on the name of her firm right now.
That's why I asked you to do it.
I think it's MGT
Yeah.
Demographics. We'll get that for you in a second. She has worked with the district for a number of years doing enrollment forecasts and making predictions about what the size of the district will be based on buildings in the district as well as births and moving students forward. And so she's fairly familiar with the district from that work and recognizing the speed at which the committee was interested in engaging. It made most sense to actually continue with her firm. They're a nationally recognized firm that does this work across the country. And so she has been partnering with the district to really do the modeling. So the community members are talking about potential adjustments to boundaries, and then she is modeling that to show what that impact would be on the school community. I'm going to go over real quick a couple of charts here in a second, just to give a little more context for why the committee was formed. And I just want to orient you to 4 definitions that'll come up on the next screen. Functional capacity, that's the capacity in a school based on the number of students that could be in each classroom. This is not the calculation that you would think of where you see capacity for an auditorium or other things where it's based on fire capacity and how many can safely be there. This is actually done where functional capacity is thought of, which is how many students can be thoughtfully educated in this building. And it's setting aside classrooms for art, music, gym, STEM, and special education that the committee chose to set aside and make sure that all schools have that. The second is you're going to see resident students. These are students who live in the city. They have students who have addresses outside of Portland are excluded. The reason for this is that this is looking at boundaries and who lives in them. And decisions around students attending the school and that particular school is mostly a policy question about where superintendent exceptions or agreements come to do placement, as well as where we place students for programming or special need programming, as well as our pre-K classrooms. And so this is particularly focused around resident students and where do they live. The third is utilization. Utilization is looking at how many students are rostered to go to that school that are residents divided by the functional capacity. So you can think of this as if a building was at 100%, we're saying that we're using all of the classrooms in there full to what we would expect. A school that is at 85% is not full to the same level. And then the fourth definition here that I just want to share with you to make sure we're all on the same is economically disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged students, by definition, are those students whose family household income is at or below 185% of the federal poverty level. When you've historically heard about free or reduced lunch, this is getting at that same population. And so part of what the committee was charged with was addressing enrollment differences between schools. And what I have up here is what we started with when we looked at our schools for the 8 elementary schools that are on the mainland. The committee is not considering changes to Peaks Island or Cliff Island because of the unique nature where boundaries aren't the same. And I have 2 callouts here just to show you the difference. So the first is this one right here, where the economically disadvantaged, percent of students that are economically disadvantaged at East End is 78%. Well, at Longfellow, this past year was at 24.7, a 55.3 percentage point difference. Why utilization is also being looked at is that if you then look at Longfellow and Lyseth, Longfellow utilization is at about 57% and Lyseth is at 80%, a 23 percentage point difference between those schools. So it speaks to both schools that have different needs in terms of resources and schools that have different spaces available within which to serve students. Similarly, looking at middle schools, you can again see differences, but not to the same extreme. And so here you see the differences with economically disadvantaged of 25.3 percentage points between King and Moore, and utilization at 12 percentage points, a difference. You'll also notice that the utilization in our middle schools on average is a little bit lower than our elementary schools. To guide this work, the Boundary Committee established a set of five priorities when reviewing potential adjustments to the boundaries. They considered utilization, demographics, with a very specific focus around socioeconomic, neighborhood schools and the desire to maintain neighborhood schools, transportation, and considering how any changes would impact transportation. And then fifth was minimizing overall impacts. And so making sure that any adjustments we're not just moving students, but that we're achieving goals towards the other priorities. You'll notice that these five priorities in some ways compete against each other. And so it's not designed that the first priority there is the most important, but instead, these are five priorities that the committee has kept in mind throughout their work. The process that the committee's gone through has been really robust with the support of staff and external demographer, as I shared. And you can see up here the 12 steps of this program. So it started by, thank you, Board Member Opperman. It started by reviewing our current boundaries. We then dug in around transportation and budget and crossing guards and other factors that impact boundaries. They identified the capacities of each school. What this was we had an external architecture firm come in and look at the buildings and determine what was capacity, as well as the committee making decisions around what spaces would be set aside in all schools so that they didn't contribute towards overall capacity. They began to make proposed adjustments to boundaries aligned with the committee's five priorities. They worked to land on final draft scenarios to get community feedback. And in June, they received community feedback on the elementary boundaries and overall input around middle schools, but not yet looking at a scenario. Once they had draft scenarios, which they now have, they've layered on 5 and 10-year projections. These projections include both projected births and housing development. And so the idea here is that when you do boundary work, you start with your current students. And you start with that student population to see how any changes would impact. And then you move to 5 and 10-year projections to make sure that any changes that the board would make will still be good changes in 10 years. And so we look at that. Obviously, the further out you get in a forecast, the cloudier your crystal ball becomes, but we want to make sure we have that. They're in the process now of adjusting draft scenarios based on those 5 and 10-year projections. And we anticipate and have scheduled for additional community engagement opportunities around their maps in October. Once we have those maps, the committee will then work to develop an implementation plan. An implementation plan wrestles with questions like, for a student who's going to be in 5th grade when these changes happen, do they get to stay at their current school or do they move? How are siblings impacted? How does transportation need to adjust as well? We anticipate sending the recommendations to the board and then the board making a decision where it'll be in your hands to approve, vote down, or adjust the recommendations. And so just to give you a spot of sort of where we're at, our elementary and middle school scenarios are both in a spot now where they're adjusting based on 5 and 10-year projections. We have the additional community engagement sessions in October. I'm trying to do this off the top of my head, but I believe they're scheduled for October 15th, 16th, 29th, and 30th. They'll start to work on the implementation plan actually this Thursday and to have that first initial conversation about it. And as I said, I think the recommendations will come to the board likely in November, in time probably for our second meeting. This is actually important as making that decision in time for budget, as budget season is really in full swing once we get to December and January. Just to go a little deeper, because we've gotten questions from the community around implementation plan, and really want to emphasize that implementation plan is something that the committee has yet to wrestle with, and that will be discussed starting on Thursday, and then at future meetings. If the boundary committee does move forward with recommendations to adjust the boundaries, they will come with a set of implementation plan recommendations. A couple of key notes and just reminders: there's no changes to boundaries for the 25-26 school year, but we do anticipate that they will be proposed in time for the 26-27 budget and school year. As I shared, examples of considerations for implementation is: do elementary and middle school changes happen the same year, or do we stagger them? Do students in 4th grade stay at their school for 5th grade? And if so, how are siblings treated in that process? So these are just a couple of examples, and I'm sure that if we had a minute, board members would have many other topics that they would want considered in implementation, and something that I certainly encourage you to join the attendance boundary committee discussions this Thursday and on to share those. The committee has identified what I'm calling a, quote, final draft elementary school scenario for community feedback, for a second round of community feedback. I call it final only because I anticipate that after community feedback, we will again see some small changes. On the left of this screen, you see the current boundaries. The black lines are indicating where the middle schools are on this map on the left, where their boundaries are. And on the right, you see the proposed map that the committee is working with right now. If you wanted to, and you're interested in the history of the work that the committee's gone through and where they started, all of the scenarios that they have considered are available in board materials. I do want to highlight that this is an iterative process. And so the board, or the committee reviewed 4 scenarios and then looked at a 5th scenario. And when they looked at that 5th scenario, they actually said, actually, we like scenario 4 a little bit better. And so if you're trying to follow it sequentially, they looked at 5, liked 4 a little bit better, and then made some small tweaks to it to get to scenario 6, which is the one you see on the screen here. I anticipate that the committee will finalize a draft middle school scenario for community feedback at their next meeting. Again, here on the left, you see the current boundaries, and on the right, you see adjusted boundaries. One of the things you can see if you look into these closely, you can see where the elementary school feeder patterns are. And you can see that the new scenario works to minimize and shrink the number of schools that are split for feeders. There's still significant work and engagement that will happen before boundaries are finalized. This includes continuing to adjust the scenarios based on 5- and 10-year projections, landing on those final draft scenarios this week, additional community engagement sessions in October, that implementation plan, the board recommendation, and either the board adoption, adjustment, or maintaining the status quo, and then aligned budget preparations as well. So still significant work and opportunities to engage. And so there's both a need to go slow and get this right, and to go fast to make sure that we're ready to be able to implement this if the board so chooses. I'm going to just check and see, as we have members of the committee that are also here and on the board, if Chair Lentz, Board Member Lena, or Board Member Ali, if you have anything you would like to add as I sort of recap the work.
The only thing that I would add is for folks that haven't been or seen one of these committee meetings. McKay uses very intricate and complex software that we can look at a map with her and literally zoom into the street level of where the boundaries are. And a committee member will say, what if we took these 3 blocks and moved them to a different elementary school? And McKay in real time can change the boundaries to see how many students that would impact. And I think one of the great things about this committee is because there are people that live all over the city, they have this intimate knowledge of what the neighborhoods are and can say, oh, if we split it at this street, we're really going to be separating some groups of peers or families that depend on each other for transportation or walking their siblings to school. So it has been like that level of detail going in at street level to really try to make the decisions to least impact students. Would you add anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question. I know I'm on the committee, but I'm a relatively new member of the committee. So when we're talking about the resident students versus the utilization, I am wondering if I understand the resident student idea, but when we do look at utilization of the schools presently, are we adding back in those students that are not resident students? And the reason I'm asking that question is I know, especially in the pre-K, for example, we have a larger percentage of students that are physically in that building that are not considered resident students. And so it does affect the utilization and the feel of the school. So when we're trying to compare, I'm wondering about that.
Yeah. So there's been some layering of non-resident. Non-resident is really non-Portland resident. And so if you are a pre-K and you are a resident of Portland, you're factored into that. And so it is really looking at non-resident. And so we do need to layer that on. Yeah, that's mostly a policy piece, but we do need to look at that.
Any other questions from the board? Board member Ali?
Yeah, can you explain that, please? The non-resident piece compared to the resident?
Yeah, so
Like how am I a resident?
yeah, you're a resident. So we think so. Otherwise, we got. No. So the reason for this is that when you imagine McKay's software, what McKay is doing is shifting individual parcels of land from one boundary to another, and they're actually not just like individual houses, but it looks a little bit bigger. I forget what they're called. They're called study areas, is what she's able to look at. And so if we were talking about an individual who doesn't live within Portland, but is able to attend because of McKinney-Vento status, for example, which is homeless status. And so they may live outside the district now, but they have the right to return for the year. Moving the parcels wouldn't adjust that. And so that's why it's focused on resident students, and then you layer on the other pieces.
Other questions? Yes, board member Sawtelle?
I know that there are some students who attend schools that are out of their current district. Did that factor into the decisions or factor into the demographics, I guess is what I'm asking? Or is it such a small amount of students that it doesn't really matter?
Just to be just make sure I understand your question. When you say that they attend out of their district, you mean out of district students, not out of neighborhood students? Out of neighborhood students,
Out of neighborhood students, right?
So out of neighborhood students do factor in, and they're included. And if you were to click on any of the charts here, I think on like the second or third page, it would talk about students who are living in one catchment, right? So they're a Longfellow resident. They live within Longfellow's boundaries, but for one reason or another, they attend Ocean Avenue. You would see that within the chart.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Assuming, because I've lived here a long time, there are people who then continue to ask for out of neighborhood placement, who would make that decision and on what criteria?
So that's actually a great example of the difference between what is the work of this committee, which is around looking at attendance boundaries, and what is the policy of the district around how decisions are made around out of district placement. And so that actually can sit within the purview of the board even if there was a desire to have a specific policy around it. I believe right now it's happening primarily on an administrative level.
Other questions? Let me check on Zoom here. All right, so I don't see any more questions. Board member Ali, go ahead.
I have another question. I don't know how to phrase it specifically, but this thing's not working great.
Try next to you. There you go.
So I'm just gonna steal this one. The other question is that isn't it weird that there's a correlation between when it comes to like the financial piece compared to like the two percentages that were next to each other? It was like a heavy correlation. And is there anything? Could you tell me about that? Is there anything that has to why there's a correlation? You know?
So I can't speak to the history of it, right? So there's two different areas that I can't speak to the history of sort of what decisions were made around boundaries and how full a school should be or not. So I can't speak to that. Some of it could just be around the aging of certain neighborhoods, so that, 15 years ago they had school age children and those children have aged and are no longer home, but the community hasn't turned over yet in terms of housing stock. One of the things that the committee has seen, and we've all, I think, learned together in this process, is that those two measures, utilization and socioeconomic, it's much easier to make adjustments in utilization with this work than it is around making adjustments in socioeconomic. The reason for that may be obvious, but I think it was certainly an aha for us as we were going through this process, is that if we simply add additional houses or study areas to a school, it will increase their utilization.
Right.
At the same time, neighborhoods is what really drives socioeconomic factor.
Right.
And so when the committee looked at a scenario very early on that was designed to level socioeconomic and have it more equal across, what it ended up creating was islands where a group of students would be pulled from the middle of, say, Rose community to go to East End and jump over other parts, because that was the only way to adjust socioeconomic. And actually, I think some of our neighboring districts that have looked at this in the past have actually ended in proposed boundaries that rely on busing students pretty significantly. And one of the things that the committee chose based on feedback from the community was to really prioritize neighborhood schools. And so if you're prioritizing neighborhood schools, what you're doing in the long run is really needing to focus around utilization. And what will likely be a question to this board is, how do you adjust budget and resources also to address differences in socioeconomic factors between schools?
Thank you. That was a lot of answering, but thank you.
No, it's a really good question, and just a couple other things that have come up over the course of this is needing to just like work in close community with the city, because they know the developments that are happening. There's a couple of housing developments that are targeted towards specific populations, which could like really change what a school looks like if they're built in a certain place. So that is a conversation that has been ongoing. And neighborhood schools, the committee has a working definition of what that means, and basically it means a school that you can walk to and you can use from your neighborhood. So to uphold that, and it really means that we aren't busing students. And I think one thing that you'll probably see when we get to a draft of scenarios that comes to the board is, and I think you just said this, Superintendent, it's much easier to balance utilization than socioeconomic numbers. And so I think the committee is like, disappointed isn't the right word, but it's like, oh, we can't get them both to balance without giving up something. And I don't think that the committee is willing to give up on not busing students. So I think that you'll just see that. So it's just very complex, and welcome any of your feedback as we get there. All right, good questions. More to come on that. And so I think, Superintendent, we can move to personnel. Are you ready for that?
We can. I'm
Do we have
just.
Jennifer
She is.
There
She's
she
coming up
is.
right now.
hiding in the back.
And just as she's walking up here, I just want to add, I shared this when she was not here at the first board meeting, but just a huge recognition to the human resource team and all the work that they have done to make sure that we are in a good spot when it comes to staffing for this school year. That doesn't mean that we're opening with no vacancies. That would be an almost impossible feat, and especially with last minute changes. But when you think about the volume, I think last meeting I shared that it was over 500 movements of people. They have really done a huge amount of work, and it continues up to today and into next week and beyond that. And so just a big thank you to Jennifer for her leadership on this and to her team.
Thank you. Yeah, I always just want to make sure to call out the team because they're doing all of the behind the scenes work in the system. Most of it, I'm doing a little bit of it, but they're doing the bulk of it. And to include bringing on a bunch of student teachers that they met with yesterday who will be available to be subs as well. So processing 30 new people that they just brought in yesterday. So it continues and will continue on into the fall. But we are pretty nicely staffed and that feels really good. So our first, the first agenda item I have tonight is probationary teachers that we're asking for the board to approve this evening.
Thank you. So do I have the motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, the election of teacher candidates probationary? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Is there a second? Board Member Noor, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any, and we don't do public comment on personnel items. Any discussion from the board? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates probationary.
Member Ali.
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali.
Board Member Yusra Ali, can you hear us? I think your microphone may not be working, Dr. Warren. Oh, there it is. Okay. She might have stepped away for a second.
Okay.
I think we can skip.
Can the other people online hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Vice Chair Bondo, Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sautel,
Yes.
Student Representative Fitzgerald, Student Representative Kantiba, Student Representative Lee,
Yes.
Student Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
Student Representative Ziegler, Chair Lentz.
Yes, so that motion passes. And then we can move on to our next item.
Okay, great. Next is our 1 year only staff. And we just have one candidate this evening for your approval, a social worker for Talbot Elementary.
Awesome. So do I have a motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates 1 year only? Thank you, Board Member Noor, seconded by Board Member Ali. Any questions or discussion from the board? All right, we don't do public comment on personnel items. So by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates 1 year only. Dr. Al?
Yes.
Ali, Vice Chair Bondo, Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sautel,
Yes.
Student Representative Fitzgerald, Student Representative Kantiba, Student Representative Lee,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
Student Representative Ziegler, Chair Lentz.
Yes, so that motion passes and we can move on to our final personnel item.
Thank you. So the last item is one candidate for administration, assistant principal at Deering High School. And I apologize, the effective date should have been 8/25 on that.
Thank you. So I'd be looking for a motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, school administrators. Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Is there a second? Board Member Ali. Is there any questions or discussion from the board? We do not do public comment on personnel items. Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, school administrators. Dr. Warren?
For Ali,
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali, Vice Chair Bondo, Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sawtell,
Yes.
Student Representative Fitzgerald, Student Representative Katiba, Student Representative Lee,
Yes.
Student Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
Student Representative Ziegler, Chair Lentz.
Yes, so that motion passes. Thank you, Jennifer Slaving. All right, and then we're going to move on to old business, which is around policy BDE. This has been worked on at the committee level. We had first read about this policy at the last board meeting. So I think I'd be looking for a motion for the consideration and action to approve changes to the policy BDE, which is standing committees, special committees, and citizen advisory panels. Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Ali. Are there any questions from the board on this motion? Let me just double check on Zoom. Okay, I see no questions. Is there any public comment? Just give that a beat. Okay, I see no public comment. Any general discussion from the board? Just as a reminder, this is where any amendments would be offered. Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve changes to policy BDE, which is standing committees, special committees, and the citizen advisory panels. Dr. Warren?
Member Ali,
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali, Vice Chair Bondo, Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I skipped Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sawtell,
Yes.
Student Representative Fitzgerald, Student Representative Katiba, Student Representative Lee,
Yes.
Student Representative O'Brien, Student Representative Ziegler, Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes with the students voting with the majority. Just thank you all to those that have worked on this for the last several months. Felt like a big thing to get through, and I think we're already seeing the output of it. So thank you all for that. Up next, we have some new business, which is nominating and voting on the delegate for the Maine School Board Association Assembly. So we haven't talked a ton about MSBA or the Maine School Board Association, but they are a body in Maine. We pay dues to be part of their membership, and they are a body that helps with a couple of things. So they keep track of like policies across the state so that if we have a question about a policy or need a policy language, we can draw from kind of like their database of tools and documents. They also do advocacy at the state level. So they create their own policy agenda and legislative priorities, and have someone on staff who is in Augusta advocating for those. And that's where this role comes in. So every year they have a meeting where they have delegates from all the school boards across the state that choose to send delegates. And at that meeting, they help set the policy agenda for the year, as well as I think they're involved with, deciding on leadership and deciding on any kind of like internal policies that MSBA wants to put in place. And then they also hold regional school board meetings throughout the year that delegates can go to, as well as any other board member can also always go to those meetings. They're open to anybody, and you don't just have to go to your region's board meeting. You can go to any of them. If we want to add more board meetings, I recommend it. But it does feel important, especially given the priorities of the Public and Legislative Affairs Committee, that we have a delegate at this meeting and we become more involved at the state level. So this is on the agenda. So we'll do this. I'll open the floor for nominations. I'll be looking for a first and a second around any nominations. Then once we get all the nominations on the floor, I'll close it, and then we will open for a vote. So are there any? I would like to open nominations. Would anyone like to nominate themselves or someone else to participate in this? Yes, Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I can nominate myself to serve as, so I would move to nominate myself.
Can you say your first sentence again? It was dropping in and out and it,
Oh, sorry. I said I can nominate myself, and then I corrected myself and I said I move to nominate myself.
perfect. Okay, that is not what came across. So I'm glad that you re-spoke that. So Sarah Bryden has moved to nominate herself. Is there a second? Board Member Opperman? Beautiful. Are there any other nominations for the delegate role? Okay, then seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close nominations. So I will move to elect Sarah Bryden as the delegate to the MSBA for this school year. I'd be looking for a second. Board Member Opperman, I'm sorry, I missed your hand. Are there any questions about the motion on the floor? Any discussion? Sorry, I'm going to go back and ask for any public comment. Okay, seeing none, then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of approving Sarah Bryden as the delegate to the MSBA for the 25-26 school year. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali.
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo. Member Bryden.
Yes.
Member Lena.
Yes.
Member Noor.
Yes.
Member Opperman.
Yes.
Member Sawtell.
Yes.
Student Representative Fitzgerald. Student Representative Kantiba. Student Representative Lee.
Yes.
Student Representative O'Brien.
Yeah.
Student Representative Ziegler. Chair Lentz.
Yes. So the motion is approved. Board Member Bryden will be our delegate. Board Member Bryden, I will connect you with the MSBA. And then I would just ask that when you come back from that first meeting that you are able to give a report out to the board. But thank you very much for volunteering for that role. And now I think we might be ready for some executive sessions, but I think we'll do a recess first.
Can you vote to go into executive session, then do your recess?
Yes, that's just what I was going to do.
Always one step ahead.
It's
Thank
okay.
you.
It's all right. I just never say it out loud, so you always have to guess. So we're gonna have back-to-back executive sessions, and I am making a motion for the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E to meet with legal counsel, followed by a motion to consider consideration action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A to discuss a personnel matter. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Any questions on the motion? All right, then, all those in favor? I'm just going to double check on Zoom. Yes, okay, thank you. So that is unanimous. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, and then board members will meet in executive session room.
Shorter than I was expecting. It's pretty rude.
Yeah. I just self the ones that I said
This
like
good
it's too. Is it
wise.
That's my
Last one of these traded. That's like verifying. Wait, let's scroll up. That looks like fine. Forgetting anyone? Forgetting anyone?
Oh, we just got on.
Yeah, we're not on there.
Dude.
Probably because we're gonna leave.
There's like three of them.
You could at least put like plus student representative.
Exactly. Oh, no.
I'm gonna work on the sentence again. Let's just remind me. I have an announcement at the start of it. Just it's good. Yeah, she can be here. I don't know. She was.
She was just filling in.
I'll verify on that.
Okay.
Kelly, the permanent.
There's just.
Board Member Bryden, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, do you want to just let them know we're taking?
So we're going to take the roll call vote now. Sorry for the echo because the mic's picking me up. And so do you want to just do the motion again, just so they hear it?
Yes, so the motion is for the consideration action to deny the grievance. Superintendent, you can call the roll.
Yes. Ali.
Yes.
Yusra Ali,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo, Board Member Bryden,
Yes.
Board Member Lena,
Yes.
Board Member Fatuma, Noor, excuse me.
Okay. Yes.
This is why they don't let me do this. Board Member Opperman. And Chair Lentz. Oh, sorry, Board Member Sawtell.
Yes.
Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes unanimously. And then I would also I would make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Noor. All those in favor of adjourning? That is unanimous. So we are adjourned at 10:55 PM.